watching AYV Television.
Right, good morning, Freetown. Good morning, Sierra Leone. Welcome to Wake Up Sierra Leone, the Africa Young Voices Television. You're also hearing us on radio this morning on 101.7 frequency modulation. Whether you're watching or listening to us from the provinces or in the capital city here on Channel 33, on DSTV, on 399 or across Africa, you're heartily welcome. You can also watch us online from around the world on this beautiful day, being the 24th day of June, 2026. As always, we are broadcasting live from the top of Tile, the heart of this sprawling city. Do not hesitate to send us your comment through our socials on Facebook, YouTube, and on TikTok this morning. Coming up on the show, we shall evaluate the Minister of Information and Civic Education's Cheonoba's 3 years in office since he was appointed by President Julius Maada Bio in July 2023. And he officially took office in August that same year. We will also discuss the impacts of the historic presidential town hall events, Salon Civic Festival, the Civic Day series, including the outcome of the London Civic Day series and the planning of the presidential town hall meeting in Makene. I will also bring you updates from Kailau Township following a violent incident that erupted, leaving one man dead and triggering unrest that resulted in attack in police facilities. As police say, they have arrested 25 suspects so far in connection with the violence. We'll also be speaking to the Deputy Head of Media and Public Relations at the Sierra Leone Police, Assistant Superintendent of Police, Ahmed Bobson Senu, on the matter. And also, to garnish everything this morning, Reverend Jibila Kagbo is a prominent civic leader in Sierra Leone who is currently serving as the Director of Programs for the National Commission for Democracy NCD. He'll be speaking to us this morning on governance, democracy, and violence that erupted in the Kailau Township, among other things, this morning. Before all of that begin this morning, let's take a quick message from our sponsors, Wakeup Commercial Bank. Shall be right back. Stay tuned.
More and more people are using Wakeup SIM Copper Plus in their everyday lives. Did you hear that? She just transferred money for her daughter's school fees. And this man just paid for some products. Ah, Mr. Abu, are you sending money to your wife again?
Yes, like Wakeup SIM Copper.
Ah.
Yes, like having money in my pocket.
Ah, excellent.
Thank you.
He just bought some eggs. The world is digital, so keep up with the times. Have you got a payment to make? If so, just download Wakeup SIM Copper Plus now. You can download the Wakeup SIM Copper Plus app from Apple iStore and iPad or Google Play Store for Android users. You see, it's fast, safe, and reliable.
Sorry, car, go see some business partners.
You didn't give me memory, Michael. Can if I can say you remember this people in not to Indy?
Today you pay me money. I don't send it for let you help me send money in Ghana. 2 weeks now, you not send me money and 10 you not give me back me money. Today, give me money.
You know ever sabi goodness in your life. I send back your money, but trust me, today na the very last day I ever send money for now.
I don't need your help because I don't know so with Afri money. I dey able send money. Now baku Africa countries them.
With Afri money, we able send money to over 10 African countries, whether it's Ghana, Gambia, Liberia, or Kenya. If me party, we know this. We not follow the body drama right now.
Okay, una go regret. I mean, now me not. Una go regret.
The best part right now, Michael, with Afri money, you dey able send money, even if you not use app, even if you not the online, directly. All you need for do is just a dial *161#. Pam, your money don't go. So I don't need the help again. Thief man.
Thank you.
Send money to over 10 African countries instantly with AfriMoney. No stress, no excuses. Just dial *161*1*6# now. AfriMoney, quick and easy.
Every day feels better with peace of mind, and peace of mind starts with preparation. Unexpected moments can happen anytime, but with the right insurance, you're always one step ahead. At J-Man Insurance, we help you protect what matters most: your life, your family, your future. Don't wait for what if. Prepare for what's next. Get covered today and move forward with confidence.
Good to see your face again. It's been a very crazy day. The joyous feeling in the air when rain falls on a sunny day.
Happy, yeah. Let the stars, let the roll.
Enjoy life's little pleasures with Maltina. Maltina. Share happiness.
As mama, I always want waiting best for me picking them, especially when it comes up waiting them for eat and drink. Now this make I always they choose Sarah juice because they make come from with local foods them and nutritious, and it gets less sugar than the other drinks them. Not to me say so.
We lab test show say Sierra juice gets 50% less sugar than the other drinks them na the market.
Because we mama they know waiting best for we picking them, now you make we always they choose Sierra juice. Sierra juice is nutritious, it's healthy, and it's sweet. Sierra juice, not the taste of Salome.
Right, good morning and welcome back to the program. A reminder that you're watching Wake Up Sierra Leone on the Africa Young Voices television. You're also hearing us on this morning. Don't forget to join us on any of our socials. On TikTok, we're there. AYV News, we are on Facebook as well. As we are on YouTube this morning. Now, the Minister of Information and Civic Education, Chegnabar, 3 years ago, was appointed by President Julius Maada in July 2023 and officially took office in August that same year. His tenure has marked by several significant governance and public engagement achievements. The Minister is currently spearheading government's strategic communications, civic engagement and information dissemination across Sierra Leone. Now, within the 3-year period, the Minister Chernaba and his ministry have organized historic presidential town hall events, allowing citizens to directly question the president on national issues, introduced the Salon Civic Festival and specialized quote-unquote little citizens spaces to instill patriotic values in young children. Now, he also, including the Civic Day series, talking presidential town hall meetings directly to local communities and the diaspora to boost transparency and dialogue. So joining us this morning is the Minister, Chernaba, and of Civic Education. He'll be speaking on the outcome of the London Civic Day series, including planning of the presidential town hall, which will be held in McKinney this year. Also, he'll be examining his tenure, clocking 3 years in office. Good morning, sir. It's a pleasure having you on set this morning.
Good morning. It's great to be with you always.
Indeed. Suppose perhaps we should start by, giving you the opportunity to, critically, if you like, evaluate what your 3-year tenure has been and the transformations you would point to perhaps in summary.
I like to think of my service as President Bio's tenure and what I have done to advance the vision that he has.
Yeah.
I was appointed to this position to help bridge the gap between citizens and their government, to make sure that citizens have access to information in a timely manner, information that they can trust, to simplify the mode of communication between citizens, to improve the policy landscape on public information and citizens' engagement in general, to create a new culture of civic interaction and engagement with their government, and to manage a host of public information and civic education institutions and agencies that are within my purview. In broad terms, that's what I would say are the tasks that I was assigned. Mm-hmm. And the vision was articulated to me by His Excellency the President that this is what we want to do, this is how we're going to go. Keep in mind, between 2020 and 2023, mm-hmm. IGR did a report. It's called the cost of instability. In that period, before I came here, mm-hmm. at least 10, 15 days of the school year, people who had the microphone in overseas, who lived overseas, will decide we'll not go to school today, will decide transports will not run, mm-hmm. will instigate all kinds of instability. And IGR actually quantify the cost of that. It's running into the millions of dollars. Because there was a gap. There was, I think, most reasonable people will say that these people who were the provocateurs, who were the inciters, criminals, some of them, specialized in shock value. Mami cost and the open with, na create and they talk, then break and down. And when people couldn't find the right information, they resorted to listening to these guys as if they were spreading the truth. Our most dramatic job was to remove the microphone from these guys without censoring them. That was the biggest thing we had to do, to bring government as a credible source of information that people will engage with and listen to. We did not want to call these guys names, but we wanted to take the mic away from them mm-hmm. and say that government must have the bully pulpits. That's an expression you had me use a lot. And to do that, and again, as I've said, this is a costly endeavor. To do that, we embarked on very simple, but I believe innovative reforms. Mm-hmm. We changed the mode of communication. We said talk Creole. We bring it down to different languages. We removed the veil between government, sophistication, and citizens. We made government easy, accessible, and simple. You will never read a jargon in my press release. It's not possible. Yeah. We'll find the most simple language. You will hear us on multiple channels. And then we created an opportunity to do multiple channels, not just one mode. We had Facebook, TikTok, everywhere people were. The mission was get to where the people are, both using technology, but also physically. So we use technology. We're on all the social media platforms. We worked with influencers. We worked with you guys. We worked with all the media houses across the country. And then we went physically. We dramatically changed. And I have to say, the press conference was not new, but nobody who watches it will tell you it was the same. Mm-hmm. We changed the dates. We changed the mode. We've guaranteed every week, as long as I'm in this town, will host, or my deputy, or a very senior person. That's when I'm out of the country. If I'm here, I host. It gives it immediately a channel. I speak for the government. And so the citizens knew once a week they were guaranteed. We created opportunities for them to ask questions, to directly engage with us. And we brought people. We were not just speaking for government officials. We've created platforms where every week there's a top government official. Some weeks we embarrass you with the riches in terms of government officials. Minister of Finance, Bank Governor, Health Minister, Trade Minister, Chief Minister, everybody. citizens had access to them. This is unprecedented. It had not happened before in the history of this country. Then we say, enough, we're going to go up country, where ordinary citizens are. We met with citizens in Kamakui, in Falaba, in Kono, in Kenema, in Bu, everywhere, Banff, where most people will tell you they had never experienced an interaction with government officials, never, away from politicking. We went there and we said, we can konani. We can konani. We can because you would work for. We can explain to you what they do. We come for engage with you. That's something that we're very proud of. So we've created a culture where citizens expect to have access to information and they get that information in a timely, in a weekly, in a predictable manner. And then we overhaul the landscape. We've created a new policy for public information, which never existed. We have now drafted a policy for data protection and strengthening the freedom of information regime that is currently in front of Cabinet. We've looked at in Parliament. We've just submitted the IMC review regulations to Law Officers Department so that they will do that. The country last had a records and archives regulation from the 60s. We've changed that. Cabinet has approved that. We have a new policy. We've submitted that policy as well, and a new law, by the way, to Parliament to change that. So on all the policy and legal framework that we were handed, we've also embarked on systematic review of all of those institutions so that we can strengthen them and bring them to the 21st century. And then we had the institutions themselves that we have been focused on. Government printer. President Bill also gave all of us a collective task. If you have an agency that generates resources, generates revenue, you must strengthen that agency because government wants to increase revenue. The only agency that we had that has the potential, in the 70s, my brother, the government printing department was the second highest revenue generator for government. This was just before its final collapse. And then all the machines went moribund. Some machines had been there for 20 years, not been touched. The place looked like a junkyard. We went and looked. Government could not give us the money to fix it. We went and looked for an innovative partnership. We improved on it. We've created, I think, one of, if not the most beautiful public institutions right now in the country with state-of-the-art modern equipment that you're going to find with an innovative partnership with the Chinese. That's an example of what we will do across the board. We're currently in active conversations about your old institution, SLBC, and I know you're going to ask about that, about what we can do as well to improve that place and significantly change it. So I think there's been lots of challenges. There's been lots of questions, but I made a commitment when I was privileged to serve in this position. I said, one, we will never intentionally lie to the people of this country. I will put my hand up. Nobody will say you lie. You will say, well, you not get done the right. But to lie is to come out here, and I know you look me so I know say being a lad like you. I will never do that. I've never done that. We've maintained a sense of integrity and decency in the way we conduct this work. We maintain a very beautiful relationship with the journalists across the board. I had somebody say the other day that they tell journalists and say they're stupid. It's not possible. It's not possible. I will never do that. I have a beautiful and excellent relationship with all of you. An accessible government, that's what we've always done. And the citizens also know. When something happens and say, oh, wait for Ministry of Information. That is our greatest accomplishment. That the citizens know that we will come and we'll do it in a way that they will understand. And that's what I will say is a summary of what we've accomplished in 3 years.
Let's talk about perhaps by far your biggest, programs, the civic series, Some people have said that it's a duplication of certain, arm of government. Well, not an arm of government, an infrastructure within government. That is the National Commission for Democracy, Do you think that these civic series that you're holding are duplicating their work in any way?
The way government works is, as I said, I'm an implementer. I implement what the wishes of His Excellency are. His Excellency created first NACED, the Council for Civic Education, which has done a fantastic job in bringing back civics to the school curriculum. Most of us complained about this. It's a product of the TRC report. One of the things that is understated about President Bio's tenure, he's done more to implement recommendations of the TRC than any other president. He's looked at the TRC report, whatever is there. So one of the things the TRC said, reintroduce civics, not just to the school curriculum, but to the public life. So he started with the school. That's NASED's job. Curriculum, tools, training. NASED has done that. And then he decided, actually, we should bring civic education to cabinet level. And then he appointed me with a task. When I became minister, National Commission for Democracy was listed among the agencies that should be transferred to our ministry, alongside NASED. The PSRU, Public Service Reform Unit, is an excellent institution. They did what they call a management and functional review to look at all the institutions, including at the time, there were conversations to have SAL post and all that, and they said, no, NCD should remain in public affairs, in the political and public affairs unit, ministry. As soon as they said that, I accepted the recommendation. And then they said, NASED, actually they had a different recommendation for NASED, but in general to remain within the ministry, but for us to establish a department, a directorate for civic education. And once we articulated what our vision was, we worked with the structure on what we can do. Now, if somebody says something is duplicitous, they should tell you how the other person has done it before. You cannot duplicate something that duplicates means say the same thing they and I do. They are telling me about when last any kind of thing would do so anybody don't do it before. It's not just, you're not going to find it. So I know that there are different kinds of mandates, and NCD has a very specific democracy promotion mandate. We have a very specific civic education and civic engagement mandate to bring government, as I said in defining our mandates, closer to the citizens. And that's what we have dedicated our times to do, brought in the right people within the ministry, strengthen the existing infrastructure that we had, and I think we're poised to continue to take it to the next level.
Let's talk about the coming, Civic Day, in McKinney. Why did you choose McKinney? I mean, a lot of people, politicians perhaps would ask, well, that's the struggle of the opposition. Why that?
So I'll tell you the true story about how we came about McKinney. So once we first did the presidential town hall here in Freetown, we were very clear. Right after, many positive feedback, and people was like, you need to take this across the country. Imagine the power of that. Imagine the power of the president outside of Freetown saying, I have come to account to you, the citizens. Just the symbolism of that is powerful for our democracy. We're creating a new culture in this country. And I know that when it's happening now, people are going to throw stones at it, but I promise them, when it's not happening, they will realize that what we're doing is something that is seismic in terms of our democracy and creating a new culture of citizens' engagement. So His Excellency, we discussed with him that we will be taking this across the country, and he was enthusiastic. He said, yes, we should take it all across the country to the major towns and get citizens to ask him questions and to engage with him. So the first one we did outside of Freetown was Kenema, which, as you know, is probably the biggest stronghold for our party, the ruling SLPP. And then after, when I met with His Excellency at the start of the year to plan our activities, I asked him where he thinks we should go next. Without skipping a beat, he says, I want the next presidential town hall to be in McKinney. This is a president that is confident of the work that he's done, that believes in civic education, and that as a president of the country, he knows. He's got, the people of McKinney are his citizens. He wants to engage with them. He wants to also show by his action that you're not just accountable to the people who vote for you in big numbers. You're accountable to every citizen, irrespective of which political party they are in. And that the only way you're going to win people over is when you engage with them. That's been the principle of President Bio, is to be willing, open, and available to engage. And I think the town hall, the presidential town hall in McKinney, is probably the biggest manifestation of that we will come to you, the people of Makeni, and host the National Presidential Town Hall, where we know this is not our stronghold. We know that, but we're here to engage and we're here to have a debate about our record and to say that His Excellency the President has delivered for you, including for you, because he loves this country and he believes in the people of this country.
What would success look like of that particular event? How would you?
I think success will be the same as we have done in the past. We have a successful engagement where we have citizens from all walks of life gathered in that room, where you listen to a substantive conversation directly from the president. I'm sure he's going to make headlines, as always. I'm sure people are going to hear things from different perspectives that they've never had before. But I think it's going to be more an affirmation. Clarity. You hear him speak from his heart on various issues that are affecting ordinary Sierra Leoneans, what he promised, what he's delivered, what is in the pipeline. You know, there's a magic when you hear it from the president, and then if not him, the vice president, or sometimes the chief minister. When you hear it from the principal himself, you know, you can read it in a text, he can say it in parliament, but when you hear when you talk in Creole, directly to you as a citizen, the comfort that gives you, the peace of mind that gives you, the calm that brings to the room, and the relationship it creates between the governed and the government, I think is something that you cannot quantify. So success will be that citizens are going to feel a sense of satisfaction, that their president is accountable to them, that we advance that culture in this country, where whoever else takes over after us, I believe and hope it will be the SLPP, will continue to build on that and make it even better. So we have built on the successes of our predecessors. But it's not. We're no longer going back. We're no longer going to a place where the presidency or the government is a massive shield that the citizens cannot look behind. And that's what I think we're gonna look forward to. We're taking questions from all over the country. People are sending questions now. We're getting these citizens to tell us what they want to ask. I mean, last time we got 2,000 plus questions. There's no way, and you know this, we can ask President Bill 2,000 questions in less than 2 hours. We cannot do that. But we're going to try to do justice to that, as they do in other countries with these town halls. We're going to try to pack it in. We're going to put him on that various themes. We're going to try to get him to answer directly to citizens as well. And with your support, AYV, SLBC, our two primary media partners, we hope citizens, not just in Sierra Leone, but anywhere Sierra Leone is, they will listen and watch that and think, you know, our country is headed in the right direction. And these are the things that I ought to know, I did not know, but now I know. And these are the ways I can also contribute to continue to push this country forward.
Rumors run deep about, you know, how much your ministry spends to host these civic programs. In fact, there are people who have even alluded that, you know, the ministry gets some sort of foreign support to organize this program. Just, I think it was yesterday or so, a colleague of mine and friend, Rijard Nyali, was being interviewed. It was Leak or so, and he was asked the question how much, you know, the ministry spends to host Civic Day programs, well, particularly the one you hosted in London quite recently. Perhaps if the data is in reach, just to demystify all sorts of rumors, if you like, how much does the ministry spend to host each civic program, including the one you did in London recently? So
the Civic Day series, the cost will vary depending on some factors. But I welcome the conversation on cost. I've said multiple times, the average cost of hosting one outside of Freetown, the average cost, not what it costs the government, but the average cost, because sometimes we get support. For example, when we went to Pujan, NRA paid for half, but the average cost is 500,000. That's the average cost of what it costs to host a civic day outside of Freetown. And I'll tell you, we bring all the paramount chiefs within that district. We bring the councillors, youth leaders, civil society leaders from all over the district, different chiefdoms. We bring school kids. We do a day of civic quiz and debate first. It's typically 2 days. All of that costs about 500,000. So again, people say, oh, cost. But because the way that people are used to other government agencies spending money in the past is very different from how we have. We have a very high sense of discipline, and because of the Ministry of Civic Education, we have a commitment to be stewards of public resources. And I can tell you, we're ruthless. If a cost is not useful, we cut it. But I have good news for you. Mm-hmm. So people ask about London, and this is why I think I called out one particular social media person. I said, actually, you don't need to resort to innuendos, and in one instance, outright misinformation, that I was responding to people when in fact, you never asked us. Before I went to London, I was in different media houses where I was asked about cost. Mm-hmm. I said, when I come back afterwards, I will always respond to the question of cost, because I understand that once you've finished organizing these events and people have nothing substance to criticize, it was we should talk about it. It was an incredible success. The Vice President delivered, I think, a seminal summary lecture of what government is up to. Ordinary citizens in the UK came up to me and said, one, we underestimate Sierra Leone, and two, we have really competent people running the country. They listened to the Minister of Health, who spoke beautifully about what the reforms we're having, the progress with numbers, the reduction in maternal mortality, the highest, the biggest reduction on earth right now among all the countries in the world. In this 300-day campaign, just on maternal mortality, over 31% reduction. He used numbers. And these are health workers. These are professionals who are Sierra Leoneans, who sometimes would be like, yeah, they'll listen online, but they don't get this kind of information in person. And they were blown away. Land. When Minister Turat spoke about land, when Minister Tex Alpha Sisi spoke about trade, the Minister of Finance spoke about how we came from deficits and inflation of 55% to single digit. The citizens were like, this is very different from what people are trying to feed us. And the engagement was so beautiful, it was so substantive. And so at the end of it, when people who start from thinking, what's wrong? You know, I'm an activist, so I understand that instinct. They don't start from thinking, oh, waiting rights. They start from thinking, oh, who's how they attack? And the substance of it was overwhelmingly positive. And so they started thinking, it must be very expensive. And that's why I allow them to have their day. Because I think at the end of the day, they will actually come to realize that if we can do the ways we have done, this was a very, very worthy investment for government. So I'll tell you how London came about. The Honorable Vice President had already committed, he's on a tour, he'll be traveling around Europe, to be in London to attend the Diaspora Investment Conference that Vicky Remor and his group and her group organized. National Investment Board was going to go. Keep in mind, this investment conference has been organized before. Yeah. It's been done, this I think is the third edition in the US. Ministers went, there was no town hall. Yeah. This time, ministers were already slated to attend. The bank governor was going to be there. They had confirmed. Deputy Minister of Mines was going to be there. Other ministers were going to be there. So the VP asked, as Information Minister, he said, Mr. Minister, I want for you to accompany me for the London leg of my trip. And I have private sector partners who are paying for me and my team who are going. Okay. I will add you and get you a ticket. Okay. Initially, he said ticket, and then maybe you can try to see if your ministry can cover your hotel costs. And I thought, okay, I'm going to go. I'll maybe host one conversation at the conference. So I went straight to him. I said, Honorable VP, we wanted to do, when we did the Civic Day in the US, it was so successful. We want to do one in the UK. It's a very important place, you know, but this is a big opportunity. You will be there. Can you headline it for us and do so? I just don't want to go to London. I want to maximize it, and we will not have the money to host from scratch. But since everybody's going to be there, we can just work with Vicky to back, you know, to do it just before hers or just after. The VP say, brilliant idea, Mr. Minister. Let me see if we can find engage the embassy, the mission, the mission to the UK, and see if we can get a venue, and you can lead with the adverts, announcements to get people to be there. So I went back to my team. I said, guess what? In 2 weeks, maybe we'll have a civic day in the UK. So all hands on deck. The VP confirmed. He paid 1 ticket for me, 1 ticket for Valona, who, as you know, is the producer at the Ministry of Information. And she went a few days ahead of us and works with a fantastic team at the Sierra Leone High Commission in the UK to organize in about 2 weeks all of this. The VP, the cost of this, the entire civic day in the UK that you've seen is less than £30,000. Less than what it cost us to organize in upcountry.
£30,000?
Yes, sir.
From the government of Sierra Leone?
Less. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Because the only thing we paid for was the venue.
Okay.
Which was a classic venue, accessible to Sierra Leone. That's why you see in less than 2 weeks, you get about 500 people showed up and even more that signed up. We paid for the venue, and it was a composite cost.
Okay.
Every minister that was already going to be in London was already going to be there, was going to arrive just the same date, nobody changing dates. They were going to attend this conference anyway. Most of them were sponsored by private sector or different partners that they had. The Honorable VP added me to that sponsorship. And we got back for Sierra Leoneans. Great set of assets, great civic interaction with our arguably our most important diaspora outside of Sierra Leone. Somebody's telling me that the people of the UK who send so much remittance here, who vote sometimes, who are so influential here, do not deserve, when we're going to be in the UK anyway, for us to organize a town hall for them, and people want to say, oh, it's so expensive, it's so expensive. I can tell you that it costs the government less, way less than they will imagine, because we approach this not to make money, not to waste it, but to actually be innovative. That's what we did last year too. When I went on air last year, after we went to the US, I said it cost us less than $15,000. My friend from the opposition party reached out to me and said, if now we be the organized Dandy, it will cost you at least $250,000. And that's true. That's what it will typically cost you if you want to do it in the kind of way that you're going to do function. Now, what we do is President Buell, the Ministry of Finances, manage the cost. So citizens were already going to be there. For the US, what we did, we asked the citizens of Sierra Leone in the US, can you contribute? Because they desperately want this engagement.
So they give monies to organize?
Yes. People organized, people contributed to pay for the venue. And then they said, Mr. Minister, don't think about food. We will basically pool our resources together and do the food. They did all the food.
Oh.
We were going to be in DC anyway, as governments have done for years without taking advantage of engaging their citizens. We said, no, we're going to do a formalized engagement. Once those 2 boxes were ticked, we all just got ourselves there in the room. I tell you what, today, after we did London, when they saw it, Canada reached out to me and said, we will pay for everything, Mr. Minister, if you can just come. They are doing a big event there. They said, please, this is fantastic. Our citizens are dying for this. When I went to Australia recently, the Australians said, Mr. Minister, please do this. How they call it, Benelux region or something, the Brussels people across Europe, they said, I didn't see misinformation. Do you, Mr. Minister, come. And so now what I'm looking for are opportunities. I'm going to be an opportunist. If the VP, if the Chief Minister, if His Excellency is going to a major conference with other ministers already, no additional cost, I mean marginally, maybe another 5,000, another 10,000 on top of that, that will be a worthy investment to interact with your citizens, to continue to build on this culture of new civic engagement, to give citizens access to their government. These are important citizens, they're Sierra Leoneans, to continue to build a conversation to answer critical questions from our very sophisticated and enlightened diaspora, and to continue to bring the government away from that veil that used to exist. So to the people who are asking about the cost, I say to them, that is the story of the cost.
So Minister, let's look at, because it's one thing to organize these programs, but again, we have to understand indeed whether they're serving their intended purposes? How do you gauge impact generally? Do you have indicators, criteria or criterion to look through?
This is a brilliant question. And I think this is the kind of thing I look forward to, because it's a legitimate question. What do you gain out of it, and how do you track it? So keep in mind, the Ministry of Information and Civic Education is a new ministry. When we came, we had one director who was in an acting capacity and no other director. In the past 6 months, we now have 5 directors, including a directorate for policy, research, monitoring, evaluation, and learning. Government has finally just hired for us some top, smart people who are in that directorate, who are building all kinds of tools. We have different reports templates. We're using technology to assess different kinds of impact. When we went to Pujong, we did a baseline, we did an end line. We're asking citizens. For the presidential town hall right now, they've developed different tools that they're using around the country to ask people, what do you expect from a presidential town hall? And then we're going to track that. We're going to do both quantitative and qualitative. We're doing this internally. We were never able to do this in the past. When we went to London, we've done the same thing. We ask citizens different questions. We track them. But, you know, the result of this is not just what you can quantify on your own. You can look at macro trends. I said 2020 to 2023, before we came here, there were at least multiple days where schools were closed because of misinformation. That's not happening again. You want to quantify how the impact of this? That will be what I'll point you to. I will tell you that since November, after that unfortunate attempted coup, not a single day has gone by in this country anymore where anybody has been able to disrupt economic activity, disrupt our kids from going to school, disrupt. Why? Because one of the contributing factors has to be the evidence of our civic education and civic engagement, that we have increased the power of the public education that we're doing. So you're asking me for impact? I'll point you to that. I'll point you to a new culture of citizens' engagement. I'll point you to how we continue to perform on the Freedom of Information Index, over 90%. I'll point you to the fact that you ask an ordinary citizen today if there is small noise, you say, no worry, wait, the Ministry of Information will clarify, and that information will go all over. Those are also means of verification for what the impacts are. But as I tell you now, internally, we are developing as well a robust set of tools to be able to quantify, track, and report back to citizens what we're finding. In London, the qualitative feedback, I will tell you, was overwhelmingly positive. So many people who said, I start from being critical of government, but I thank you. You know, in the US, they say half of the job is done by just showing up. A politician must learn to show up. Citizens just want to be respected. That's why you see in advanced democracies, the leaders spend so much time in town halls, going to communities and talking to people. I get it. Sierra Leone's democracy is not used to that. And so people, as soon as you say an activity, then things like that old days of workshop, where you use workshop to collect money. That's not what we're doing in the ministry. I invite people to look at, for example, our reports last year for Auditor General's reports. Clean issue. Because we're not using, look, that amount I'm calling for you is the average, you can check it. We're not using this to make money. I'm not trying to be rich, and I'm not going to be rich off organizing town halls. This is not it. The essence of this, as I've just demonstrated, is to look for innovative ways to save government money, but you have to do civic engagement.
So none of these people criticized government. None of these feedbacks were critical.
No. I mean, there were people who wanted more time. Okay. One of the most critical feedback we got from one Miss Alon, Sister Agnes, went on and said, you don't partner with journalists. You didn't allow us, the journalists, to ask questions. And she was very critical. She thought we should have pointed at her. I said, listen, there are about 500 people in this hall. We had the opportunity to point at about 25 or 26 people, I think, that ended up, we gave the mic to. And I tried to do on this side, on this side, on this side, on this side. The hand didn't get to her, and she was upset. Our other brothers who run some media platforms in the UK also said, you know, we want to ask critical question. And I came off, I said, okay, ask me now. Put it on air. Ask me now. I'm here. I'm the government spokesperson. And they asked a question that had already been asked. what I say as well to the media practitioners, a press conference is for the press primarily. A town hall is for citizens. It's not primarily for the press. So when you host a town hall, it is an opportunity to give the ordinary Sierra Leonean, the ordinary person, a chance. And so when I see you are a professional media house, you have access to me anyway. You can ask these questions. But the town hall, and I know this is sometimes, it's not fully understood by some of my friends in the media, as was the case with my sister in the UK. But we welcome that feedback. And we welcome other critical feedback as well about substance, about things they wanted us to do more. About, for example, there was a lot of critical talk about the cost of traveling to Sierra Leone, the airport tax, the boat cost. Like, so many people complained about that. And the Honorable Vice President accepted and said, we agree with you on these things. So no, it's not an engagement of, oh, kumbaya. It's a critical but respectful and constructive engagement about our country.
Let's look at the format in which you've been organizing town halls generally. International best practices I've read, show that presidential town halls are commonly moderated by independent journalists, academics, civil society, leaders, rather than government officials. Let me just give you a few references.
Sure.
In the U.S., Candy Crowley, 2012, hosted it on CNN. Anderson Cooper, 2016, CNN. Martha Haddad, 2016, works for ABC News. And even Savannah Guthrie, the 2020 NBC town hall with Trump. Why I know that Umaru Fofana started, in 2021, he moderated the session. Why didn't you continue with that tradition of using, let's say, independent, if you like? As journalists perhaps would be deemed independent. Or maybe bring foreign journalists like we did for, the Sierra Leone Decides when we brought in Hassan Aruni from BBC.
No, you have to separate between presidential debates and town halls. So most of the examples you have alluded to.
Should government
by friendly, conservative hosts, people that are aligned with him, because that creates a certain level of comfort for this engagement. But you still get the ordinary citizens to ask the right questions. And most of them are packaged, pre-packaged, again, because you don't want to ask the president a question and he says, oh, Anobi, don't think of this. He's not a machine. Now, what's a man? Not so. It's not a machine. You want to make sure that you actually get substance out of it. It is, I tell people, the essence is not gotcha, not to trap the go set. The essence is substance. You actually want the president to come prepared, ready to respond to critically. That's why we give you a chance to ask for weeks before. Send your questions. There are some people will ask in the hall, but how many people will give chance for asking in the hall? Before they get to the substance. The goal is for citizens to have access to information. So yes, I'm sure the president will continue to do media interviews with critical independence media. I'm sure the president will continue to grant conversations with different media houses as he's done in the past. And when it's time for presidential debates will be held. But what we are doing at town halls, at the government, coming to its citizens, and that can be facilitated. And we try to do that as best as possible with integrity, but that can be facilitated by us because frankly, we also know we do have some of the skill sets and the background. We have other people too who are from the media who are within our our ministry. You just mentioned one of your brothers, Jawad. He's one of the top journalists in this country, who now works with the ministry to advance this cause of public and citizens engagement.
You talked about the president. I was wondering whether indeed we shall be hosting the president sooner or later, in the next 2 years, before his tenure expires. When next shall we be hearing from him?
Do you want to?
One-on-one.
Well, you're going to host. Well, you're going to hear from him on Tuesday in McKinney.
When would he be doing a media tour next?
This is a question that should be directed to my brother, the press secretary, and the media house in the presidency. But what I can assure you is the president is always willing to engage. Always. He's demonstrated. I think it's the first that I remember that's gone actually and come and sat in media studios, critical media, and answered questions and done multiple of these town halls and fireside chats and conversations. He's again a president who's willing to push the limits on civic engagement and allow for constructive conversation. I'm sure he will consider it at the right time.
What would you say to critics who would argue that perhaps these town halls have become PR events?
They are not wrong. I mean, people say, oh, not PR event. They're not wrong. It's PR. It's also PR, but it's not just PR. Because when we go, we bring what government has done. I'm not going to be, as I said, look, our goal is not to mislead people. Yes, we want the citizens to know that's what PR is. You should have good PR. Government should have good PR. Our goal is to let the citizens know what we have done. That's good. Because a lot of the times people make up their minds by misinformation, by having the wrong information, by not having the information. So a lot of citizens don't know, for example, the extent of investment that we've made, what is happening now, what's in the pipeline, the kinds of policies, the laws. So a good PR means people know about it, but it's not just PR. It's also citizens' engagement. It's also critical feedback. It's multiple things. So for people who want to use that as if PR is a dirty word, you studied PR, you're brilliant, and you know that actually any government must have PR. These town halls and these engagements are part of our efforts to have good public relations, yes.
A lot of people have been sending messages online. Not sure. Would you be open to responding to some of them?
Of course.
Okay.
That's why I'm here.
There's Ambassador Paul Oman Pekin saying, Minister, we see the weekly press briefings about national development plans and economic strategies. But the woman selling fry at Dwazak and the Okada rider are struggling daily with the prices of basic foodstuff and fuel. When will these macroeconomic milestones reflect as actual relief in the local markets? He's talking about fuel and foodstuff. Good morning, Mr. Minister from Kagbwali. Both you are the best minister for pass-on information on the layman. More understanding, continue the good job. This one is saying, there we have a case with involved the president relative frauding foreign investors. She is not in prison up till now. At the same time, hogging foreign investors to come and invest in Salon. Double standards from Miguel Lopez. On civic responsibility versus economic strain, you are preaching civic education and national pride. How do you convince a youth who is unemployed or struggling to pay rent in Freetown to feel a sense of civic duty when they feel left behind by the system? 8 years since independence, since President Bio came to power, no development activity has been taken to the people of McKinney under the Bio administration. This is from Mohamed F.S. Kamara. Okay, no, the one is too indecent. So, Mr. Minister, I'm challenging you that you can name one infrastructural development in McKinney that the SPP government has done for the past 8 years now. So, in a town hall meeting, they say na development for McKinney people. Evangelist Solomon Kenkagbo, what these people are doing is like you're not taking care of your children in the house, but you're going to tell people you're really taking care of the home, and you want to force everyone to believe what you're saying. Fuel price has reduced across the sub-region, yet still Sierra Leone is struggling with it. But VP was in the UK telling people goods are less cost in Sierra Leone than all countries in the sub-region. So the messages are perhaps indecent to read, but yeah, these are some of the ones I would.
By the way, let me thank the citizens for asking these questions. As I've pointed out many times, the essence of this engagement is exactly that, so that we can have constructive conversations, and we welcome critical feedback always. So I thank them for those who are, I'm also reading the comments, those who are sending positive comments and thanking us for the work that we're doing, and those who are asking tough questions as well. Let me start with the last question, because it's about fuel price. So when we announced that government was introducing subsidies to keep a cap on the prices at the time when the prices were particularly volatile, we also announced that we will do reviews at specific periods. So I know a lot of citizens are saying the price don't go down, so we say for candle immediately. They are not wrong, but that's not the full picture.
Okay.
The full picture is, in Sierra Leone, because we have a formula, and because we had to convince the oil companies to hold the price. Remember when we had the last increase, we said it's not going to go up again. No matter what happens, we don't grease in air, we all enforce until a period of time. So we do a review every 2 weeks. Why that's important is, the day after some people said, the price don't go down, down, the next day, Iran and the US had small issue, the straits close again. You don't want to leave, because our economy cannot withstand that level of volatility. So we don't want, as soon as something happens, we react the next day, the price go up or the price go down. So what we want to do is to look at trends. So I can assure people of this. Let me be very clear. In another week, the meeting will happen, because since the last meeting, it's been a week. So 1 more week, we're going to meet with the oil marketers, the Ministry of Trade, the Ministry of Finance, all the people, NRE and everybody else, and review the overall trajectory. Look at the whole situation and what the cost is. And I can assure you, once that meeting happens, once those factors are considered, it will be reflected in the price, which we will announce.
Okay.
So what we don't want to do again is to wake up in the morning and just say, you don't open, price go down. You don't go. People will not appreciate that as well, because we want a level of stability. That's why government went to the oil marketers and said, we will pay the balance. Elect price go up. So people should know that we're subsidizing right now. It should be way higher than it is. What we want to do now is to bring it back now to where the market prices are based on the set formula that we have. So it's an important point. And this is again the essence of communication and citizens engagement. Reasonable people will listen and know actually it's consistent with what we've said in the past. There are a couple of questions about McKinney and what we've done in McKinney. I will say to these people who have asked these questions, see you next Tuesday. We're going to have a beautiful conversation about the performance of this government, about what we have done, about the investment that we've made all across the country. We're also publishing our annual magazine, which we do at the presidential town halls, to look at the president's and the government performance the year before. This will be the 3rd edition. And we're going to have some concrete numbers on there in terms of infrastructure, electricity, like everything, agriculture investment that we have made across the country, and that are also benefiting the good people of McKinney and its environs. So I would say to them, let's have that conversation when we're in McKinney next week. Somebody said, how do you convince unemployed youth about civic pride and civic duty? It is not an unreasonable point. It is actually a good question. But I'll say to these same people that some of the countries that you've gone to where people carry the deepest sense of national pride is not because they are rich. It's because pride is, we Mama then can say, poor I may be, but bitter blood in me. Because pride is not about poverty. Pride is how you carry yourself. Your love for your country is actually what's going to help you get out of the morass. So look, it's to acknowledge that economic crisis, economic issues are not insignificant, and that yes, there are some people that are feeling the pinch, but as the VP said, and by the way, some people want to misquote the VP, the VP was actually acknowledging, and that's why I see somebody did an analysis again that was, again, this is people where they look for headline, for run with, instead of actually listen first and listen to the full context. That's why we put it out last night. The full context is the VP was saying that we don't have enough jobs, that the pie is too small, that indeed if only one person is working at this home, it let the price stable. That one person, the burden on them, when me want to work, I got for pay school fee, I got for buy breast for all man. They say what you want to do is to create more opportunities so that multiple people will have jobs. That's why you've had hundreds of millions of dollars investments in industries, new industries coming. That includes some of these concessions that people talk about. Those are the things that we're doing. That's what the VP was alluding to. That yes, we acknowledge. It was not dismissing people's concerns, but it was also saying the fact. For every essential commodity today in Sierra Leone, we have stabilization and a formula. Cement, we get formula now. You grab no money, you go up. You get rest, we get formula. You know, the government has introduced some measures that have brought down inflation. That's just the fact that he was saying. But he was actually also acknowledging that the pie has to be bigger. Now, more people have to be part of the formal economy or even informal economy, and they have to be taken into account. So this is something that somebody mentioned, that the president's relative is not in prison. I think for what I know about that particular case, and it's very important to draw a distinction between a convict and an accused. This is, I don't remember the last time where a government of Sierra Leone, somebody carrying the president's name, is actually invited by CID. Their partner is declared wanted. They are held for questioning over a period of days, and after, then granted bail to go home for the work to continue. This is justice actually in plain sight. But the presumption of innocence applies to her just as it applies to every other citizen. We're not going to rush into judgment. What has happened is the court, the police are doing their job. And every citizen should be proud that we live in a country where just because you carry a last name, you're not exempt from being questioned by the police, from being held to account. But she will also, and her family will have a chance as well to prove their innocence in the court of law. I think that's actually not double standard. I think that's something that should be applauded by His Excellency the President and the rest of the governing architecture of this country.
Just to follow up on that one, just to be fair, one would say, but what about Zainab Sharif?
It's the same court.
Was she not granted bail?
No. But again, bail, I've explained this so many times.
Okay.
Bail, you have to demonstrate, if they declare you wanted. For example, right? The police calls that they need you to show up at the police. I'll give you another example. The APC, and she's a, what's her name? She's a singer. She's from Port Loko. Natasha.
Yeah.
The police says Natasha is wanted. The next day, Natasha's lawyers contact the police. Our client is willing to come forward, and she's coming. She shows up at the police. Already she's demonstrated a reasonable sense of, I want to cooperate. I will make myself available. The way at the case, and again, look, I think this is an unfortunate case. We all have soft spots for Zainab. We all pray that this scenario, is one that changes positively for everybody. But the law has to be the law. If you're declared wanted, me as a minister or anybody else, you're declared wanted by the police, you don't do a video online making fun of the police and say, you cannot. Already you're undermined, because now you've demonstrated to the police that you're not willing to collaborate. So this question of whether bail or not bail, there are conditions,
circumstances
that come into play. And again, that's all I will say to people who are paying attention to this and enjoying. But I think on that particular issue, it is important that the person was actually invited, held overnight, questioned, and by the laws of this country, you cannot continue to hold the person beyond that. Now, until you're ready to go to court and all that, so the laws are working in this instance. And we should all pay attention to it and look for justice, including believing just because you're accused doesn't mean you're guilty. That's a determination by the courts.
A colleague Jonas is asking a question, saying, I'm struggling to understand your assertion that it will take several weeks to meet and persuade importers. This appears entirely inconsistent with the first, I think he's referring to the fuel prices we were discussing just now. Inconsistent with the first price increase, which was implemented within 48 hours of the United States' attack on Iran. So, Minister, I would be grateful if you could clarify this matter for me.
That is objectively not true. What that person is saying, again, it's not true that it was implemented within 48 hours. Again, we meet, there's a period of these meetings, weekly, monthly, to set, and look at all the factors, and then there's a formula. So once that meeting happened, at the time we met here, I was in the meeting, there were already crises in places as far as the Philippines, in North Africa, in Eastern Africa. There were queues, there were shortages, the prices had gone up, because the way the price works, anybody who's an economist will tell you that it is not just reality. Economics is about assumptions and fears, right? So because of that attack and everything that was going on, the fear and everything, so we set a plan that has worked. And yes, we buy fuel too. And the money is not going to somebody's pocket like me, an individual government. Government wants the price to go down so that people will praise the government. And this government has been consistent when it comes to prices. They've gone up when it's high, and they've come back down when it's low. So I can assure the brother or the sister that yes, I get it. But there's a period of these meetings. It's a 2-week period. I can assure them, as I've said, at the end of, I think this week or early next week when that meeting happens, that consideration will be made. The peace talks are going on. We don't even know yet what the outcomes will be. And again, all of those are factors that are considered in this. And then we'll make a determination that we can live with and that will be reflective of what the reality is.
Finally, Mr. Minister, this person is asking, would fuel prices ever go down after the war in in Iran?
The direct answer to that is yes.
Okay.
As long as the global plat prices continue to go down, prices will continue to go down in Sierra Leone. This government has already demonstrated that when the factors, external and internal factors, have evolved, we have reflected that evolution in the pricing structure. Prices have gone up and prices have come back down. And I can assure the people of this country that His Excellency the President and the stewards that he has in place who are running this sector will reflect that as soon as that meeting happens. Again, if the circumstances change, it will be reflected in the prices and we'll announce that.
Mr. Chair Nabal, thank you so very much indeed. It's a pleasure having you. I mean, all of these issues, needed clarifications, particularly the ones that border around the costs, generally budgets and all of that. People seem quite interested in how much the government spends these days, in organizing programs. Hope to be getting you more frequently on the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for a substantive, constructive conversation. You did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Indeed, thank you so much, Sir Minister. You're watching Wake Up Sierra Leone live on the Africa Young Voices here. You're also hearing us on radio this morning on 101.7 frequency modulation. We're going for a short recess. Shall be back in a jiffy. Stay tuned.
More and more people are using Wakeup SIM Copper Plus in their everyday lives. Did you hear that? She just transferred money for her daughter's school fees. And this man just paid for some products. Mr. Abu, are you sending money to your wife again?
Yes, like a Wakeup SIM couple. Yes, like having money in my pocket.
Excellent.
Thank you.
He just bought some eggs. The world is digital, so keep up with the times. Have you got a payment to make? If so, Just download Wakeup Simple Plus now.
You can download the Wakeup Sim Couple Plus app from Apple iStore and iPad or Google Play Store for Android users.
You see, it's fast, safe, and reliable.
Sanika, go see some business partners.
You didn't give me memory, Michael. Can if I kiss I young, you this scam people in not to in that day.
Michael, today you pay me money. I don't send it for let you help me send money in Ghana. 2 weeks now, you not send me money and 10 you not give me back me money. Today, you give me money.
You know ever sabi goodness in life. I send back money, but trust me, today na the very last day I ever send money for now.
I don't need your help because I don't know so with Afri money. I they able send money. Now Baku Africa countries them.
With Afri money, we'll be able to send money to over 10 African countries, whether it's Ghana, Gambia, Liberia, or Kenya. If me party we know this, we know for the party grammar right now.
Okay, una go regret. I mean now, una go regret.
The best part right now, Michael, with Afri money, you they able send money even if you not use app, even if you know the online directly. All you need for do is just a dial *161#. Pam, your money don't go. So I don't need the help again. Thief man.
Thank you.
Send money to over 10 African countries instantly with AfriMoney. No stress, no excuses. Just dial *161*1*6# now. AfriMoney, quick and easy.
Every day feels better with peace of mind, and peace of mind starts with preparation. Unexpected moments can happen anytime, but with the right insurance, you're always one step ahead. At J-Man Insurance, we help you protect what matters most: your life, your family, your future. Don't wait for what if. Prepare for what's next. Get covered today and move forward with confidence.
Fellow Sierra Leoneans, on earth.
Thank you very much for staying with us. Welcome back. Now on Monday morning here on Wake Up Sierra Leone, we reported an incident that happened in Leone Township on Sunday following a violent incident that erupted, leaving one man dead and triggering unrest that resulted in attacks on the police and their facilities. Yesterday evening, before close of business, the Sierra Leone police published a press release confirming calm and saying that they have arrested 25 suspects connected to the violence. And so joining us online this morning is the Deputy Head of Media and Public Relations for the Sierra Leone Police, Assistant Superintendent Mohamed Bobson Senu. Good morning and welcome. Yes, good morning. Can you hear me, please? All right. just hope you're hearing because I cannot. For viewers who may not have followed development closely, what exactly happened in Kailau on Sunday? I'm a bit struggling here this morning, really. I'm not sure whether indeed ESP can hear me because I cannot hear you, from where I'm seated and stood this morning. But I'd asked a question. I'm not sure you've answered that even. For people who have not been following, really the issue, what exactly happened in Kailau that day on Sunday, if you would like to clarify, just in summary, if you like.
It was on Monday when the police received a distress call by one woman that thieves have entered a residence. So upon that, two police officers responded to that distress call. Reaching at the residence within Panyawalu sections in Kailau, the police officers were told by the caller that the thieves have left the house moving these directions. So the two police officers also proceeded to that locations where they met a crowd of people, who have caught this alleged thief, beating him up. So during the process, the police decided to say, no, let's take these persons to the police station. So on their way going, the alleged suspect collapsed. And misinformation now circulated that a bike rider has been killed by a police officer. So that resulted to the destructions of police property, the police bars, for apartment quarters, and also other police properties. So for us not to escalate the situations to that peak, a curfew was also imposed to also minimize the influx or movement of people within the township of Kailau. So police or security sectors were able to put the situation under control. Following the next day, the resident minister, regional police commander, and other security apparatus and chiefs or stakeholders of Kailau town had a meeting regards the issue, how to really, to reduce tensions and then allow the police to probe into the issue. So for now, we have 25 people in our custody, including two police officers, of they allege that they were also part of the mob that allegedly mobbed this Abdullahi Kalon to death.
SP, what's the extent of the damage, would you say, on your facilities?
Four apartment buildings were burnt down. Solar panel at the police stations were also destroyed, and also the personal effects of police officers. But there are also other things of which the investigation has to reveal more of these things. So basically now we are investigating two issues here, or two sets of offenses. The homicide one, that is the alleged murder, and also the arson, which has to do with properties of police and also personal effects of police officers.
You mentioned particular effects. Were weapons or even documents compromised during this attack?
If weapons were used, in which case?
No, or privileged documents were taken away, stolen, if you like.
Pardon?
Whether weapons indeed were stolen away when this attack was made to your facilities.
No, well, we are yet to ascertain that one, if whether our weapons were, but the police stations, they went to the police stations. The police station, was somehow fortified because we have police officers there. But police bar, in the morning hours, all police officers moved to their workplace. And the police bar is located along the Pendebo-Kailan highway. So that was the major areas that was really, damaged.
Suspects have been, apprehended. What particular offences, are they being investigated for, if you like?
I didn't get this last message.
The 25 suspects or more that you've captured, arrested. What particular, offences, if you like, are they being investigated for?
In total, we have 25 police. 25 suspects in police custody now. 25, and some are in for the alleged murder. Some are in for the alleged arson and other public-related offences.
Now, the police has stated that, calm has been restored. What is the current security situation in Kailau generally across the town?
Normalcy has returned. People are going about their normal business. Of course, that was also the reason why a stakeholders meeting was held, to talk to stakeholders, chiefs, community people, to allow the police to probe into the investigation and allow people to go about their normal business. So for now, the situation across the entire country is relatively calm and quiet. And the 25 suspects are now in Kenema. So the regional CID in Kenema is taking the lead in this investigation. As I'm talking to you now, the Independent Police Complaint Board, they are also in Thailand to do their own independent investigation. So the situation is relatively calm and quiet in Thailand now.
When next, would you say, shall we be hearing from the Sierra Leone police regarding this particular incident?
When next what?
Will we be hearing from you, the Sierra Leone police, about this particular incident?
When next the Sierra Leone police will inform the general public, that's the message where, as the investigation continues, we also have the responsibility to inform the public regarding the status of that matter, how many in custody, based on the place of evidence, and then who to charge for murder, who's to charge for acting, who's to charge for this offense. It is our responsibility. We'll soon tell the general public.
Well, thank you very much indeed for joining us, and do have a splendid day. Thank you so much
thank you
for being on Wake Up this morning.
Sorry for the moment.
That's ASP Senna speaking to us there online, about the situation in Kailau. You're still watching us on TV and listening to us on radio this morning. Do not forget to join on the conversation online by dropping questions or just comments on what we're discussing this morning. Next to governance, in the studio we've been joined by Reverend Jigbila Kagbo. He's a prominent civic leader in Sierra Leone who is currently serving as the Director of Programs for the National Commission for Democracy. Reverend is here to talk about governance, democracy, and, partly the violence that erupted in Kailau Township earlier. Good morning, Reverend. It's a pleasure.
Good morning, and thanks for hosting me.
Indeed. From your institutional perspective, I would like us to talk about democracy a bit. That's your forte. Citing the issue in, Kailau, is this an isolated issue, do you think, of security incidents, or part of a wider pattern now, awakening civic trust, between citizens and the state?
That I would say it's a very tough question, but let's see what we can do to unpack it, and especially considering the fact that you are asking if it's a pattern now or a trend. And from the top of my head, looking at the things happening around, you can see some kind of pattern developing where people in communities, instead of going the way of law and order, they will choose to just take the law into their own hands. And that is not the best way to go when it comes to the culture of democracy. You expect to see people being civically minded, to say, I will not take the law into my own hands, even if I am offended. I would seek redress looking at the existing structures, probably the police, the courts, etc. But unfortunately, that is not what is happening. And it's a serious cause for concern. Okay. As Sierra Leoneans, I don't even want to even add the word patriotic, because we're all expected to be patriotic Sierra Leoneans. As Sierra Leoneans, we should be bothered, we should be worried that what is going on several years down the line, after we fought a terrible war, of course, that started in 1991 and supposedly ended in 2002, but a period of 11 years. What lessons have we learned? It appears that by the look of things, the way things are happening, it appears as if we've not learned any lessons. And we keep fueling the flames of chaos, anarchy, disorder, making it look like it's just one jungle state. But no, Sierra Leone is a country under law, and due consideration should be given to all of that. And we should not be seeing the things that we are seeing. The Leone incident is unfortunate. Yeah. And my concern, probably looking at it, reflecting on what was even happening on that same day, around that same district, the president commissioning a long-awaited bridge from the same Leone to Kono. It was around that same period that some irate, well, we don't always want to make it look like we are denigrating the youth demographic, but usually you would say some irate youth decided to take the law into their own hands and to commit what in law you might call arson, even though investigations are underway. But that is not a fine picture for this nation.
Let's look at some figures. International democracy assessments such as Freedom House, has classified Sierra Leone as quote unquote partly free with a score of around 61 out of 100. Do you accept that this qualification reflects the broader picture of Sierra Leone's democracy at the moment?
Well, I should not be in a hurry to respond to that kind of question, because you have to look at the variables that were employed, even sample size was taken to measure and come up with such an outcome. But 61 is something that is good for a country. But we want to see more happening on the ground. On a day-to-day basis, we want to see a clear reflection of where an argument can be civilized, as it were. Whatever it is that has happened, we can always consider the law as being supreme. And for me, that is where we have a challenge. That in theory, we are saying the law is supreme. But when we look at the practice, it's far from the reality. Because why should I, a well-meaning citizen, take the law into my own hands if I consider the law to be supreme? That if I know that whatever it is that I become a victim of, I can seek redress using legal channels, and they are forthcoming. And for me, that is something we need to look at as a nation. Each and every one of us should be concerned. Of course, I am not playing the devil's advocate, and I'm not justifying anything that has gone wrong. But why is it that almost on a permanent basis, Sierra Leoneans would prefer to take the law into their own hands than say, if something has happened, let's look up to those that are in charge. They will actually deliver. Why is that happening? That's a question that should be on the minds of Sierra Leoneans, and it should move away from our minds to be on our lips. Let's have a conversation on that particular subject matter. Why are people taking the law into their own hands? With all due respect to the institution, the Sierra Leone police has done a good job. By the time you know it, they brought the community people together, they were talking. But now if you take a look at the story, there is an unfortunate aspect of that story, that even two amongst them, which is not a significant number, I would put it that way, but in the context of that place where it happened, it's a significant number to say, even among those arrested, we have those who are supposed to be arresting and are arrested. Yeah. Those who are supposed to be investigating are now being investigated about their involvement in this unfortunate incident. Something that I don't like talking about it, because it does not paint a good picture about our nation. At a time like this, with the war ending in 2002, it should be a glorious picture about our nation. Success stories, things that will ensure investors come and they have confidence in the security architecture of the nation. But a picture of that nature is something that all of us should be bothered about, and we must not shy away in terms of talking about it. Let's go to the bottom of the matter. I will use this platform to appeal to all those that are involved in the investigation. Let's get to the bottom of the matter to know exactly what happened, why at a time like this, when we should be talking about improving our numbers on the peace index, we are talking about arson attack in Leone. And it's not just any place. Police facilities. Our brothers and sisters who have made a decision to secure our lives, they are now under serious threat that they've lost not just where they should be laying their heads, but even personal effects. They are all gone. That is not what is expected of somebody who is serving this nation to that extent or that level. Sierra Leoneans, we must make a decision to avoid recourse to violence. But instead, we must see the law for what it is, because it is the only thing that can help us within the context of our democracy to ensure that everybody is considered as being equal before the law.
Let's look at our democracy for a while. The Economist Intelligence Unit categorizes Sierra Leone as quote-unquote hybrid regime rather than full democracy. Do you agree with this description of our democracy?
Well, that has been a description that has been around for a very long time. We are working with International IDEA, and they also do a yearly survey on nations' democracies. In fact, with their support, we also did a survey that we launched last year, September 15, to talk about the state of our democracy. Well, that is the reality, based on, again, the variables that they employed to say we are not a full-blown democracy yet. It is work in progress. Now, we've come a long way. Definitely, I would say to you, we are not where we used to be, but of course, there is still room for improvement.
Do you think we're ever progressing at all with regards to democracy?
Yes. Let's give a little credit to us as a nation. Even without a clear understanding of what you might call the parameters that we employ to assess democracy, when you look at the way things are happening, even within the context of, say, the sector where you find yourself, the media, back then, how many media houses were we talking about? The number was so scanty. You can even use your 5 fingers to count the number of media houses that were around. And they were so scrutinized, you hardly notice whether in fact the media was free. But now we are talking about I can't probably you can help me with the figures. And we do not just have the state broadcaster, we have private broadcasters that are doing extremely well. So when it comes to freedom of the press, freedom of expression, there is so much that is happening in that particular domain.
Okay.
That we at least we can say effort is being made. There are challenges here and there. Now, if you are talking about, say, democratic consolidation, you will look at issues of representation, the institutions, several other things. But of course, that is in addition to the right civic culture. We are making progress when it comes to representation, the institution, even behavioral consolidation. But where we have a serious challenge is with the right civic culture. Of course, that is what is displayed in Kailaon, where people will now take the law into their own hands because they have not imbibed yet that culture of democracy to say the law is what should guide us. If the law frowns at it, I should also frown at it. If the law does not frown at it, I should not frown at it. That's the kind of posture we should have. But in that aspect of the right civic culture, we are still faced with challenges. That is why elections in, elections out, even within political parties, their primaries, you will see mounting tension because we are still unable as a people, as a nation, to imbibe the right democratic culture that will make me see you, even if you're on the other side, as not an enemy, but somebody that we can discuss the related issues with and come to a conclusion. But that is a challenge for now in our country. So we are making progress when it comes to institutional consolidation. Yeah. We are making progress when it comes to representational consolidation, even with behavioral. But now with civic culture, there is a serious challenge, and work has to be done to ensure that we make the right kind of progress and we are in the news for the right reasons.
Government of the people, for the people, and by the people. One of the most famous definitions of democracy. People's involvement, or let's say the citizens' involvement in governance, is quite crucial, to improving, if you like, democracy generally. The VDEM Institute shows Sierra Leone's participatory democracy scores remains very low. They say around 0.29 on a scale from 0 to 1. What does this show about?
Let's have the figures again.
They say around 0.29.
Okay. What should be what's the denominator?
I think 0 to 100.
Wow, and we are 0 to 29.
29, yes.
Okay.
29. Yeah.
That is not a pleasant figure. Of course, you look around, you know that there are several areas of improvement. So many things that we can do to ensure we match up to the expectation. Now, again, it comes to the people's knowledge of what participation is when it comes to the governance of the state. Okay. Of course, we register to vote. During elections, we vote. But at times when we think our participation does not go beyond that. Okay. And I look at participation as being so paramount that in the absence of it, accountability becomes a challenge. And even transparency cannot be evident. So it is when the people know the reality of how democracy operates, that is when they will ask their governance operatives to be accountable. That is when they will ask the institutions of governance in the state to be accountable to the people. But it starts with the people's participation. Now, as a citizen, my participation in the state does not end with elections. And even with elections, we know that we are still challenged, we are still troubled. We completed the last elections in 2023. But till date, you have people who are crying foul about the outcomes of the 2023 elections. And we are just 2 years away from the 2028. Now, that again is a serious cause for concern, because even when it comes to what the people understand as participation in governance or in the democracy, we still have a serious question mark. But participation should not just end there. The day-to-day running of the state, your local council whether it's at the district or say the city council level, every ordinary Sierra Leonean should follow up with what the state is doing. And beyond that, there are other obligations that we owe to the state. The tax that we pay, the other things that we do to ensure that the state can run smoothly. When we just limit our participation to the day of voting and don't continue afterwards, we give a field day to our administrators, to our politicians. They do their own thing. But where the people are fully say aware of what it means to be in participation, they will be vigilant. A political scientist has said the price we pay for liberty is perpetual vigilance. So if you are not alert and you are not involved in what is going on, the others who are doing their thing will do it their own way. But you see, I have this acronym to talk about even what we call communication in democracy. It's parts. P for participation, A for accountability, and T for transparency. Now, what in democracy proper, we talk about the people's participation, we talk about the governor's accountability, and we talk about the transparency of the institutions, where there is an interface between the citizens or the governed and the governors. But where the citizens do not understand their role in terms of participation, they cannot hold the governors accountable, and the institutions that are expected to be transparent in how they run the state cannot be. So we have a role to play as ordinary people. And because our role is questionable, that is why we can have a figure or figures of that nature to describe how unpleasant the situation is. But we still need to make conscious efforts for improvement. And where is the answer to that? It is us becoming civically minded, becoming interested in what is going on in the state. If you are not interested, you will not find out. If you're not interested in how the state is governed, when resources are squandered, you will not know. You'll only sit there complaining there is poverty, service delivery is not the way it should be, because you are not involved in it. We have various levels of involvement in our participation in the governance of the state, but at least you can start from your locality, because in that community, that is where you vote, and your vote should mean something to you. Because you are voting to elect officials who will govern the nation, you must follow up that your vote by being involved in the running of the state, not just vote and forget about it. But your voting should be complemented with the resources that you provide in terms of taxation and other things to ensure that the state has something that can be used to make it progressive.
A critical component, a lot of people, you know, rumored this. They've grumbled that the Sierra Leone police, you know, does not allow, you know, protests. You know, when people request right for protest, they would outrightly deny or refuse. Does that hinder your participation in it? Because it's one form of participation.
Definitely, that's a cause for concern. Severally, or on several occasions, we have appealed to the Sierra Leone police. We know they are challenged, they are constrained, that there are times people want to go out to demonstrate and you don't even know the number of people that are going to be involved. But that is not a fine excuse to say, end block, we're not going to allow anybody to move out.
Okay.
The police must be seen as encouraging rights to be enjoyed by the citizens.
Right.
Now, beyond the police not allowing protests, the people must also, like I spoke about perpetual vigilance, take it beyond that point. Because when your rights are denied, in the Constitution of Sierra Leone, especially civil and political rights, pursuant to Section 28 of the Constitution, that is Act number 6 of 1991, you can go straight to the Supreme Court to seek redress. If we have such litigations coming against the police at regular intervals, when they deny people their rights to express themselves, whether when they are not satisfied or when they are satisfied with something, then the police will sit up to say, okay, we know we have a conscious citizenry. They can always call us to book when we do not do what we're supposed to do.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Before we go, let's just take talk briefly. We've been joined by Maria Esther Samura this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Victor. Well, today we continue to look at football development across Sierra Leone, where Kafubulum Sport Association, that is the football association in Lunge, has organized the maiden edition of the Kafubulum FA Cup, which Rosint section won in a post-game penalties against Kasonga section. Here is the report filed by Sir Solomoyomba.
It was a beautiful, festive atmosphere at Lungi Central Field for the finals of the Kafubulum FA Cup. The occasion commenced with the arrival of the chiefdom's paramount chief by Shebura Shegbagbere III. The field was filled with enthusiastic supporters as young, homegrown talents displayed their skills. The match was a tight contest. Kasonga Section FC took the lead in the first half, but Rosin Section FC fought back and equalized before the end of regular time, sending the match into a tense penalty shootout. In the end, it was Rosin Section Football Club who held their nerve, successfully converting 4 penalties to Kasonga's 2, thereby claiming the championship in a memorable victory. The captain of Rosin Section FC said that the team had prepared thoroughly to lift the trophy and were inspired by the unwavering support of their fans.
We feel very much happy because we don't take away.
To Rosint section for winning the championship, and quickly in the ongoing World Cup, Black Stars of Ghana secured a dramatic goalless draw with England in the World Cup, and of course DR Congo could not withstand the pressure from Colombia as they also lost by a goal to 0 to Colombia in the World Cup. Cristiano Ronaldo has registered a brace in the competition following their 5-0 win against Uzbekistan. Well, as it stands now, Ronaldo has become the first player in the history of the World Cup to have scored in all consecutive 6 World Cup appearances. Well, that's it for Sports Update this morning. Over to you, Victor Jones.
Well, thanks indeed to you, Maria Esther Samura, for that update. So this is where we'll say au revoir for today's edition of the program Wake Up Sierra Leone. We say many thanks indeed to our sponsor, Wakeup Commercial Bank, for their support to the program, and to you, our valued and respected audiences across the globe, for waking up every morning pattern and watching our program. Please continue to do so. It's a kindness that we do not take in any way for granted. My name is Victor Jones. Stay tuned to the AYV throughout the day for more exciting programs to come. Till we meet again some other time, take care of yourselves and remember to show kindness always where necessary. Goodbye.
Go see some business partners.
You didn't give me money, Michael. Can if I kiss I you know, you remember this guy people in not doing that day.
Sorry, car, go see some business partners.
You didn't give me money, Michael. Can if I kiss a young women, this can people in not to in the day. Michael, today you pay me money. I don't send it for then you help me send money in Ghana. 2 weeks now you not send me money and 10 you not give me back me money. Today, you give me money.
You know ever sabi goodness in life. I send back money, but trust me, today na the very last day I ever send money for now.
I don't need your help because I don't know so with Afri money. I able to send money. Now Baku Africa countries them.
With Afri money, we'll be able to send money to over 10 African countries, whether it's Ghana, Gambia, Liberia, or Kenya. If me party we know this, we not follow the party drama right now.
Okay, una go regret. I mean now, una go regret.
The best part right now, Michael, with Afri money, you able to send money even if you not use app, even if you know the online directly. All you need for do, you just dial *161#. Pam, your money don't go. So I don't need the help again. Thief man.
Thank you.
Send money to over 10 African countries instantly with AfriMoney. No stress, no excuses. Just dial *161*1*6# now. AfriMoney, quick and easy.
Are you thinking where to buy the best oil for your vehicle or machine? Shalimar Trading is your answer. You can save your money right now. Arzol engine oil, gear oil, hydraulic oil, transmission oil, grease for petrol and diesel tractors and machines. Arzol Oil and Lubricants, the best oil in the world. Arzol increases your mileage. Arzol Probus is an anti-aging formula, good to boost your engine's life and reduces maintenance costs. With Arzol Oil, your engine is assured of never aging. Arzol Oil and Lubricants, your machines are ready to give you that required speed. Arzol is here to reduce your maintenance costs. No breakdown of machinery. Using active nanotechnology, the Arzol gel cools and protects your car's engine. Improve your performance. Arzol, your expert's choice. If you're thinking safety and durability, then you need not worry anymore. At Shalimar Trading, we keep your vehicle and machines alive, roadworthy, and profit maximization. For retail and wholesale, contact Shalimar Trading